Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone, hi. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in. Teo, hello, welcome in. And Star Kitties, hello to you on YouTube as well. Hi. How goes? I hope that you have had a good Wednesday. Hi. Help, I love your accent. I am so glad you do. Thank you. Welcome in. Hey. I'm doing good. That's fantastic news. That is fantastic news. Thank you for the head pats, Teo. Thank you. We are in a good space today. Yesterday was chaos, unfortunately. Things went a little bit unexpectedly, hence why I had to cancel stream. Chaos is nothing bad. It's nothing bad. It was just an unexpected addition to the workload. That has a ridiculously high priority that I needed to handle. I'm like 80% of the way through the job now, so slowly but certainly we are tackling all of the little gremlins sticking their heads out of the woodwork. So all is good. I'm a little bit late starting stream today. I'm an hour. Oh, no, I'm not a little bit late now. I'm an hour late. Ain't nah. So that was courtesy. Things continuing to go a little bit sideways, and I needed to make supper at like 11th hour. And yeah, so food has been had, and we should be good for the day. I've got my hydrates next to me. I hope you guys have got your hydrates ready as well for throughout today. I've got a relatively fresh cup of coffee and my water bottle all good to go. If you have not yet gotten your hydrates, now is a good time to do so. But yes, today is going to be a whole nother productivity day. So I got a little bit of a jump scare on exactly how far through October we are. And I am not as far along the process with our 2 VTuber rigs as what I need us to be. So, yeah, I am trying to put in as much work on those as possible. So, I think what I need to do is pretty much just hyper-focus in on that for the foreseeable future. I know that I've got another deadline for end of October that is an illustration as well that I need to do. I should be able to do that in probably... It's probably going to be 10 hours of my life at most, probably. But I need to just make sure that I plan for it appropriately. But yeah, for the foreseeable future, what we are going to be doing is VTuber rigs. Like, nothing else. That is what we're doing for the foreseeable future. Until such time as I can take the pressure off the gas pedal on that a little bit. I know the actual deadlines are early in November, but I want to get as far down the line as possible. I do not want to have to ask for an extension on these things. So with all of that said, and without any further ado, let us dive right into it. I think I'm gonna go into that spot for now. I think that is the spot to sit while we're working on our VTuber rigging. Okay. So where we're at is that we have mostly got all of these long hair pieces meshed out. Have we got them all meshed out? Yes, they're all meshed out. But I've got to actually rebuild the physics on these because they are not actually flowing properly in the way that we want them to. So I did put a little bit of time into these pieces to try and get a little bit further down the line, a little bit earlier on as well. But I've also been fiddling around with the actual settings on the pendulums and so on. So what we're going to see is that while the X movement is mostly okay, if we ignore that one piece over there, that is very much Eric needing help still. X movement is okay. The Y movement is very much not okay. The Y movement needs so much help on the physics. And that is something that I need to pay some serious attention to. So I need to make sure that the shapes work. So what I'm going to be trying to focus on is I'm going to try and work on the bangs, basically. This front piece that is not yet attached to the head. I've got most of the X-axis movement in, but I've not yet got the Y-axis movement in there, and I've not got the gravity on there yet. So once I've got those three, I can apply it to our scalp. And I'm also going to need to make sure that when I do that, I make sure that it actually aligns with the head center, because at the moment it is not, and that was intentional for the artwork, but it is not ideal for our rigging part. So that is a thing that needs to be handled. So where we were was at this level. So this row, this row is the next one that needs to be deformed. Over here. And we're just going to go through the process. It's a little bit of a long and delicate affair to make sure that we're doing this properly, but it's going to be worth it in the end. Joy! Hello, hello! Good time zones to you, Harrier! I wish you good luck in making your lovely art move. May the hairs go swish, swish! Oh, thank you, Joy! Thank you, thank you! I hope you've been having a good Wednesday so far as well. It has been Wednesday today, right? Right? Has it been Wednesday? Right, calendar's not on that screen, it's on this one. Yes, it has been Wednesday. Okay. I cannot remember what day of the week it is anymore. It is hardly relevant to my regular state of existence as what day of the week is it. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Oh no, it has been a busy day. So if anyone has been watching my VJing, you might have noticed something pop up in the queue. That was not there yesterday. And that is basically the thing that is the very urgent, important, quote-unquote, admin that I've had to handle. And basically, in a nutshell, there is a company which somehow found me. I don't know how. And they asked me to make a mascot for them some weeks ago. And now, in a very short time, I think it's week after next, they are live streaming a marathon. They're live streaming a marathon. That is what the company does, is it live streams sports events and corporates and things like that. So, in a nutshell, they've asked me to make a couple of animations of their mascot to accompany this marathon. And it basically means that I have until Tuesday to build an entire VTuber model of this mascot so that it can animate and be ready for application to that entire thing. It was a super last minute idea, but they asked very, very nicely. And being like a provincial level event that they're live streaming, that's a qualifier. I don't know if anyone here knows running stuff, but like the Comrades Marathon in South Africa, it's a qualifier for that, and the Two Oceans Marathon as well. So it's a kind of a really big deal. And so basically, I'm gonna have animations on the stream for this qualifier event. So it's a really big deal. So that's what I have. I had to cancel stream for yesterday. Is working on that. It's amazing. It's really exciting. It's a really exciting job. I would usually not go and accept something on this short notice, but being such a big deal, I can't not, right? I couldn't turn it down. An opportunity like that does not fall in one's lap easily. Fun fact: Comrades is the oldest ultramarathon in the world. I think you're right. Yeah, it's really exciting, and I think this year is a down run. This next one is a down run as well, so that's going to be interesting. Yeah, but yeah. So the thing that I'm working for isn't the Comrades itself, but it's just one of the qualifier marathons leading up to it. So for the next event. So it is the Sapphire Coast Marathon. That is the marathon that was going to be streamed, and that's happening in like the 20. What's the date on that Sunday? The 26th, yeah. That thing is on the 26th, which is why the absolute latest I can have all of these animations done by is Tuesday. It's insane. But it's going well. It's going well. Can I? They didn't say that I needed to be. They didn't say that I needed to be confidential about this, so I can show you guys a very brief teaser about this mascot because it's a super cute little guy. I was busy rigging steps on him. Still missing some layers, but he's a little African fish eagle. So yeah, we have got most of his mouth movements sorted so far, so that we can pose him as need be for a whole bunch of stuff. Oh my gosh, it's adorable. I'm glad you like him. I'm glad you like him. The little hat. I'm really fond of how the hat turned out. I've never rigged a baseball cap before, but I'm glad that it worked out pretty well. Oh, hello. Okay, that was not expected. I didn't realize that it was... Oh, it's because I used the actual default mouth form and mouth open parameters. So, it's taking the parameters off of myself now. I was not expecting that. Okay, so yeah. Still a couple of little bugs that I need to clean up and fix, but for the most part he's working. And he's going to have a little bit of a walk thing going on, and I still need to bring in his tail and his wings. But yeah, this is the little guy that I spent most of yesterday and today working on. I know another birdie that's also running in a qualifier, not a marathon though. Ooh. Oh, nice. Best of luck to that little bird then, as well. But yeah, the Comrades has been the talk of the town to say, Understandably. I mean, it's a really big event. Yeah, the history is really interesting too. I haven't actually done too much of the historical reading behind the origins of the marathon and so on. What I do know about it is that it is known to be a really, really difficult run, and that it changes route direction every year. So one year you'll go down the hill, and then the next year you'll go up the hill. Hill being literally going from sea level to a ridiculously high altitude. I don't actually know what the altitude shift is, but it's a lot. That being said, everyone, that is time for a hydrate, so please acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. Cheeky! Hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How goes? How goes? My coffee is already cold. Shucks. Okay, it's going. Coffee is going. Sad. Okay. Oh. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. So that is the hair X on this piece sorted, so now we need to make another warp deformer for it. Parent, and this is going to be HS3. There's Y. There we go. Cold coffee is bad unless you get it specifically cold. So, yeah. I am in an air-conditioned room at the moment for the sake of my computer. So everything gets cold really quickly. And I don't always have it all in one go. So depending on a whole bunch of things, I might forget about it for a little bit and then I pick it up again and then it's cold. Which is a little bit sad. But the best coffee is the coffee in my grip at the time, so cold or not, I will appreciate it. So next on Harrier's throne is an insulated mug. If only throne existed in my country. Throne doesn't exist in my country. Sad. Big sad. Perhaps a heated coaster, maybe? A heated coaster would be nice, because then it'll just keep it warm. And there's power nearby, so that could do the thing. A heated coaster, maybe. Wish lists. But nah. See how that could work? I think, it would be cool if there was something like Throne in my part of the world, but sadly, it does not quite exist here. So, oh well. I was just thinking about those travel mugs that keep your hydration hot or cold longer. Yeah. We have travel mugs actually like that. One of them, the bottom is cracked, so it doesn't quite hold the heat as well as it used to. And it's a little bit of a nightmare to clean. But I have used it before. It does the trick mostly. And as for the heated coaster, also technically, arguably, I've got something similar, which is a teapot warmer, but that works with a tea candle. So it works with one of those tiny little candles, like what you can almost expect to be like a floating candle. And the problem with that is twofold. One, fire hazard, and two, lifespan of the candle. It's not going to be sufficient. I'd end up going through like a pack of candles in a month. And that can get expensive really quickly. Not that any electric appliance that operates by heating things up is any cheaper to operate, really, but you'd be amazed at how expensive the electricity gets when you're just making things hot. Oh wait, I got that too? Yeah. Ours presently doesn't see much use. But it is there for when we do need it. when I got lazy, I just put coffee in it and kept it warm like that. In the end, the coffee just got slightly burnt. I think we're thinking of a slightly different type of thing. But, okay, interesting. Yeah, because the one I'm referring to is like, it's a little box, basically, that you put a teapot on top of. It's got like this metal grill thing that you can pick up, and underneath that is a little cup you can put the tea candle in. And then it's got this little lever thing that lets you smother the candle without having to blow it out, which is kind of cute. Are we talking about the same thing? No. Okay, where's that end point? Okay. Alright, next. Alright. There are also dish warm keepers like that. They use slightly more tea lights, but it works in keeping it warm a little bit longer. Yeah, it's just one step down from those catering grade heater plates. It's not quite a cooking surface, but helps to keep things warm for big events and things like that. It's like the mini version of those things. Exactly. Yes. Let's see. Now, Thinking aloud for a second, but I still just wish I could find the right method to grab the YouTube chat and actually forward it to the Twitch chat and forward it to the live chat on YouTube for archive purposes. I had a poke around the other day, but I couldn't find anything really, which is a bit sad because it means most of YouTube chat doesn't quite actually most of Twitch chat doesn't get properly archived. Which is a little bit sad. For the perpetual VODs. I had a look at my StreamerBot backend, and I sort of half found a couple of things, but all of them were for putting chat on screen, which breaks TOS, and that isn't going to help me. So I am still hunting solutions to actually get Twitch chat archived on YouTube. I don't know if it's maybe just that I'm dumb and inexperienced with StreamerBot still. I've not figured out all of the intricacies of how its system works. But yeah, it's just one of those little things that's been bugging me that I want to do to be a bit of a quality of life improvement, to have that chat forwarding between the two platforms. But I'm just not sure how to do it. Because every tutorial that I've found has been about compiling the chats to put them on screen. Which is not what I'm looking for. Love it when software. Yeah. Software. We need it, but goodness, if only we could understand it. It would make life so much easier if we could just understand how it worked. But I'm sure solutions will present themselves eventually. True, but even when you made the software, it might not even do the thing you thought it would do for unknown reasons. Yeah, this is true. This is true. Reminds me of this one programming thing I saw one time. Don't ask me why I got a thing about programming on my timeline at one point in time. I have no idea. Because I do not do programming. But basically it was a comment from a line of code in some other piece of software where the developer said, when I wrote this, only God knew how the software worked. Only I and God knew how the software worked. After this has been edited by goodness alone knows how many contributors, now only God knows how the software works. It was an appropriate description of, okay, it is definitely not always the user's fault if you can't get the thing to do what you expect it to do, because when even the coders have that sort of relationship with what they have assembled, then you know what? I feel better sitting in the chair. It's not just me. Toaster, hello, 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 welcome in. How goes? Oh yeah, definitely. I swear I saw a rant in the comment of a code and it went like, this piece of code does nothing, but when I remove it, this whole thing doesn't work, so here we are. That is hilarious. But you know what? I appreciate that the coder put it in. It goes. Good to see you again. Thank you. Thank you. I got a little bit of unexpected extra work, which was why I didn't actually get the opportunity to stream yesterday. And today I got the jump scare about just how far through October we are. So we are very, very thoroughly on the deadline grind at the moment. But we are getting places, slowly but certainly. Slowly but certainly. Next. You. How is it already mid-October? Where did the year go? I know, right? It evaporated. Okay. No, 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 no. This way. Almost done with this line. Almost done with this line. Okay. I think this is going to be the last one on this stretch. Okay, that works. And then lastly over here. Something like that. Let's check that. Okay. Alright, so that's Y physics on that. Now we need to put that into a HS3 gravity. Create. And compress that down. Like so. Okay. And on the head angle Z, when it goes that way, grab you. Like that. And like that. And like that. I think one more, maybe? Two more. Okay, that should be it for the gravity on this side. Now this way, this is where we need to start bending for this side. I think maybe a little bit more drastic. something like that. Okay, there we go. That's the gravity on that piece. Sorted. Okay. And then lastly is going to be HS3 head XY. No, I just need HS3 XY. Okay. Create. And now what I want to do is I want to just stretch this ever so slightly sideways, that way. Yeah. Okay. Angle X. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. Woohoo! Okay. Then angle Y. Actually, let's clear that quickly. That's a bit better. Okay. Now we do this. Okay, we're almost there. Almost there. Now we grab those two and we go extended interpolation, ellipse, and 3, and test. Okay. How does that behave? Generally, pretty well. I think that's behaving pretty well. Okay. So here, Y mid. I need to go to the output settings. And just check. It's behaving like it's inverted Y. Okay, let's try this again. Now that behaves more like how I expected it to. Okay. Now that's behaving like how I had expected to behave. So, this front piece is right. The back piece needs help. But the front piece is behaving appropriately. Okay. So, now we take this. Grab all of that and be gone with it because it's wrong. Harrier with red hair and fluffy ears was not on my bingo card. Ah! Stretch! Thank you, Joy, for the stretch. Eek! That is a good idea. Get some blood in the extremities. Or out, away from the extremities in the case of the lower limbs. Why? Because blood pumps away from the heart, not towards it. So, for down there, you need manual mechanical movement in the muscles in order to actually pump the blood back to where it needs to go for circulation. Yeah, this is Cheeky Wolf's new model that we're building, so testing is part of the process. Testing is part of the process, which reminds me I still need to add another layer in the back of the head for getting this hairline to not look weird when the head is in this upward angle like it is presently. I think I have an idea for how to do that, but I just need to double check. Oh, the stretches. Okay. And we'll somewhere hit the save button while we're at it. Somewhere hit the save button while we are at it. Yep, saved. What's her username so I can check out the eventual debut? I would love to see her work in action. Thank you. Okay. Her name is Cheeky Wolf. So, what's the user shout out? Let's see if I can do this properly. Found it. There we go. There we go. So there's Cheeky. Go send a follow that way. In anticipation. Finally figured out how shoutouts work on this platform. Good grief. It only took me a small eternity. Oh. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hide this for a little bit. So that I can repair this one now. Where are you? Why are you nested all the way over there? Okay. It only took me gaining one wrinkle over time. Nothing serious. Nothing serious at all. No. Yeah. Let's see. There's X. How's this behaving? Oh, that's why this is looking jaggedy and awful. So many vertices that aren't actually being affected. Oh, that is not going to do. That will simply not do. Let's return to defaults on this. Grab it and clear it all. Good grief, sis. Okay. Alright, so. Yeah. Like that. And like that. There we go, there we go. Am I doing the dumb? Yes, I am doing the dumb. This is still supposed to be on this first deformer, or this first parameter. Right. Like so. Okay. Next row is going to be on the next parameter. There we are. I feel like this can be a little bit more drastic. There we go. Okay, then this one. Next row down is next parameter. I have 10 parameters potentially per physics speed, so I think we should have enough to mess around with. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We should have plenty to work with. There we go. That's that one. Next. This is a very repetitive looking job, but if we get it right, the results will be worth everything. I just saw a post where an Uber driver had to step out and put on dog mode for the customer. Oh my. Why? No, I don't want to know the answer to that. I do not want to know the answer to that. There is no right answer because all of them are too funny. Oh man. Oh wow. Eesh. Bum. So while I am on this marathon of grab, rotate, move, grab, rotate, move, grab, rotate, move, what interesting tasks are you guys keeping yourselves busy with in this day of shared productivity? Adarina, thank you so much for the follow. Greatly appreciated. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in. It is a pleasure to have you here. Nice to meet you. Likewise. Likewise, likewise. How are you doing? I'm practicing guitar and going to school until I can afford to buy things for the future of streaming. Ah. Nice. I'm drawing what I hope will be my own VTuber model right now. Oh, best of luck. Best of luck. I'll be attempting my own rigging for the first time soon. Ooh. It's a long job, but it is quite rewarding to do. Cheeky, welcome back. We has new friend. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Adarina. That's 1, 2, 3. Yes. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Okay. You did really close. The NH trips all of the non-Latin speakers. Oh, NH. Adorinha? I think I've got it. No, that's not. That shouldn't be right. No? Now I want to know what the actual proper pronunciation is going to be in that. Or is that supposed to be the sound with the N with a little squiggle on top? Ah, yes, it is. Adorinha. Okay, okay. I will remember that now. I will remember that now. Adorinha. Okay. Yay, you're the first to do it right! Woohoo! Yay, I'm glad, I'm glad. I am glad. The thing is that the adore part of your name has so many potential root languages that picking the correct pronunciation type is challenging. because it could be from pretty much anything in Europe, linguistically. So picking the pronunciation rule is an interesting challenge. I think that's half of my challenge with English in the first place, even as a first language speaker, is figuring out, okay, which language does this word originate from, and which pronunciation rules therefore apply. It was poor branding on my part. I think part of that's less a matter of poor branding, but more an issue of just how can I phrase this? The character, the alphabets do not make it easier. The alphabets do not make it easier. But that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. But yeah, I also previously had a much harder to pronounce name in a past life. So I understand confusion being a thing. Especially when it's written down, and you're not actually audibly hearing it. It's a little bit harder to always guesstimate what sort of pronunciation one needs to use for stuff. One day I want to actually learn the actual phonetic alphabet proper, or at least how to read it. One day, after learning Japanese. Which is higher up on my priority list at the moment. But being able to read phonetics would be cool. One will finally be able to read a dictionary and not be confused. I understand what you mean as a non-native English speaker. Sometimes I see a French word and all hell breaks loose on pronunciation. Yeah. The French words in English I have a long-standing battle with as well. Like, it doesn't help that English has words in it from French and Dutch and Latin and I think some form of Norse? Norman invasion? Yeah, we've got some Viking language too, so yeah, there. The pronunciations from all of those root words is like crazy. I have serious respect for anyone who learns English as a second or a third language, because it is a wild one to try and figure out. English isn't a language so much as 3 different languages under a trench coat. Yep. It is a Creole that has aged itself into acceptability. No, that's not the right word. Not acceptability. Officialdom? Also not the right word. Also not a real word. It's like a foreigner that's stuck around long enough to earn citizenship. When moving between countries. That is what English is. It's a foreigner that's stuck around long enough to earn citizenship. As a quote-unquote language. Not just residency, but citizenship. That looks better. That looks better. Okay. Next one up. Serena's got a problem. Okay, so 1 and 2 are okay, except that they start way too low down. One, 2, 3. Thought so. Okay. So these ones we're gonna clear. 2 bins. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So 2 is gonna get moved onto fizz Y. Three medium. Okay. 1 is gonna get moved onto change. There's Y2 medium, okay. That's 1, 2, 3. Oi. Let's grab this row. Just make an adjustment here. Okay. Ba-ba-da-dum-bum-bum. And on this side. Okay, so 1. Oh, come on. So these are also getting cleared. These are also getting cleared because they are worse than I thought. Okay. I have to go, but your stream is very cozy to draw to. Have a good day. Alright, best of luck with the things you need to go do. Thank you for dropping in. I really, really appreciate it, and I shall hopefully see you again another time. Rest well when you get to it. Thank you again for dropping by. Let's see. Two and 3. Okay, next. On the next parameter, number 3. Up. No. When the handle just happens to be right in exactly the wrong place. Okay. Almost have this one. Here we go. Okay, I am very quickly going to turn off the aircon for a little while because I can feel the fingers going into too cold, and now they're not hurting mode. Now they're hurting mode, and when your fingers hurt, that is not exactly easy for manning a mouse and a keyboard. Switch that off for a bit. When I'm physically comfortable, that means that my computer is going to be complaining again, and then I can switch the aircon on again. Okay. Now, here. Nope. Okay. That works. Okay. So now, if I go... Yeah. And show those again. And let's just test how that behaves. That looks a lot better. That looks a lot better. It's a lot smoother. Although some of these bottom couple of parameters are a little bit too hectic. I'll put that there. Put that there. Just tone that down a bit. Okay. That's all well and good. Now what we need to do is we need to actually reflect these. Okay, and now we test again. And that looks a lot better. Okay, so those two work. I'm happy with them. I'm happy with them. Okay. Now, next layer up. Here's side 1. This needs to come down to join. Where is the side 3 layer here? Anyway, that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. Do 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 do. There we go. Next is going to be this one, which still needs to be meshed. Okay. These still need to be meshed. So we're going to grab both of them. Come in here. Get rid of that. 3, 10, and 10. And let's get going. So. Just trace this one through. Okay. Thank you. Fresh coffee. Yay. Greatly appreciated. Like so. Do you know what? I'm gonna pull this down here and confirm this line. Get rid of these ones. Okay. And over here. Okay. That will do the trick there. And like so. Place. Place. And place. There we go. Confirm it. Place that there. Like that. And let's work our way up, protecting our edges. This is going to need some help. Something like that. There we are. More edge protection. Okay. Slowly but certainly working our way up. Almost there, almost there. Slowly but certainly we're getting there. Come on. Okay. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay, now there was another line that needed protection. Nope. Like that. Grab you. Okay, that'll do for that one. So, new deformer. This is going to be HS4 is X. We need one that way. That should do it. Okay, like that. Now, this should also probably be on the medium. Or no, this is going to go on the fast because of how thin it is. So, let's come over here. And start rotating. 1, 2. Oh no. Wait. Excuse you. Redo. 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 Hello? Excuse you? What? Fine, okay. Create. Save. Flip. Okay. Pull that tight. Pull that tight. Save. Okay. Right here. Start rotating. 1. 2. 3. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Three per parameter. Let's go. That's the second one. Third one. Next. Like that. That'll do. Over here. Next. One. Two. Oh, one. Second row. Second row. Third row. Third row. Next. One. And two. And three. There we go. Eek. Next. One. Two. 1. Two. 3. I'm gonna add the 4th one to this one. Seven, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest staple consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Fresh coffee, yay! Nice and toasty. Also a good time to hit the save button again. Definitely a good time to hit the save button again. That's 2. And then here again, like so, and like yeah, like that. 1, 2, 3, yep. 9. Nine is just going to use the end here. Okay, now we test it. Oh wow, that is way too much. That is ridiculously too much. It needs to be 1. Just update this and just tame it a little bit. Okay. What's the medium? Go from 19 to 10. Fast therefore needs to go from 16 down. I'm gonna go 5 here, so okay, let's see how that behaves now. It's a little bit better. Still a bit drastic. This one is still in the wrong place. There we go. Cancel here. Let me just go to check out inputs. I wonder. I feel like this value should drop as the number gets smaller because it feels like the bottom end is shaking really drastically. Or maybe that's just my inputs on this thing. Let me just check it here. From here. So that is still reasonable. That. Copy. Copy. And paste. Here. Hello there. Undo. Undo. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste, because that's too drastic. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. And that one is good. Now we check the other side. That one's good. That one is good. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Okay, check. How does that behave now? That's a lot more reasonable. I feel like that is so much more reasonable. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to experiment with something. I want to copy this X layer, paste it. Okay. This one. Has nothing in it. Now what I want to do is I want to go expand it and expand it. Call this one is Y. And adjust this bunch. And let's see if this is going to save me some pain. Okay, Now we drop this inside of that. Okay, and now we test here. Did that work? Except for the fact that it looks like it shrunk it. Did it? Did that shrink it? No, it didn't. It's just me seeing things stupid. Okay. So that worked. Okay, that's going to save me a lot of pain for what's left. Okay, that's going to save me a lot of pain for what's coming. Uh-huh. I can roll with that. I can roll with that. No, just before that though, just pull this out again. Okay, drop this in directly. Undo. Just checking. Okay, now here what I want to do. Undo. 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 How am I gonna get this to expand in all directions? Am I gonna just have to be satisfied with that? Okay. We'll change these again. Let's see here. How does that behave? It behaves. Yay. Okay. And the speed is looking better as well. So now we can put this in a gravity. So, here's side for gravity. Create. Angle Z. This way. We're going to start bending it over here. One. Plus one. Okay, that'll do for that way around. And on this side, we're going to start bending it here. One. Krahazek, hello, hello. And Twister, I have food in my belly well. I am glad that you have eaten. And Krahazek, good to see you. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Toaster, how was food? I hope it was tasty. Doing okay? That's good, that's good. It was warm, had a barbecue sauce and filled my belly. It was sustenance. So it was something. It sounds like it was at least something. I'm glad you are sustained. And now we go. Side 4. XY. Create. Angle X. On this side. Like that. And on this side. Like that. Looks like these two are also going to need to get clipped to the... Where is it? Hair clip mask. Invert. There we go. I did for the nutrients, not the taste. Not like it had any taste to begin with. Ooh. You know what, Faye? I know what those meals are like. I know what those meals are like. But sometimes it is just... It's a something, but you're gonna need real food later. Still far from the worst dish, that's for certain. But there is always a way it can be worse. So, there is always a way it can be worse. Okay, that'll do. There. That disguises in nicely. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Slowly but certainly, this is going to start coming together now. Where is the middle of this thing? Okay, now here, extend interpolation, ellipse 3, okay. So now we test it over here, and for the most part, it looks like that's behaving. Except why? Is the physics being rigid now? Now it's not doing the thing. Is this from me trying to cheat? Yeah, it threw away the values on all of these deformers. So unless I go Control-Shift-C and see if okay. I can do this. I don't know why it shrunk. But okay. Let's think. This has got it aligned. Okay. I know what the methodology is going to be now for matching. Because now I know what to look for. Up here at least. Copy and paste. Okay. Next one. Copy. Paste. Like that. Okay. Yeah. copy, paste, there we go. All right, then we're at number 4. Copy. Paste. Scale. Scale. There we go. Copy. Paste. Undo. Paste. Scale. Scale. Okay, that works. Number 5. Copy. Paste. Scale. Scale. Copy. Paste. Scale. Okay, next 6. Copy. Paste. Scale. Scale. Copy. Paste. Scale. Scale. There we are. Next. Next. That was 6. Next is number 7. Copy. Paste. Scale. Scale. There we go. Copy. Paste. Scale. Scale. There we go. Next. Almost there. Copy. Paste. Scale. Scale. Copy. Paste. Scale. Like that, okay. Last one. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Nearly there. Nope. Gotcha. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, happiness is. Now, if we come in here, we should be able to then see it is now functional. That one is now functional. Fantastic. That works. Okay, it works. Lovely. It works. Cool stuff, cool stuff, cool stuff. There is only one more of these on the sides, and then we're into the bangs proper. So close. So close. So. Grab this. Be gone with that. Okay. Nearly there. Okay. Confirm. Um, Okay, round 2, I guess. Nope. I have no idea why this one is behaving itself weirdly, but okay. Confirm that. Make there. Like that. Right. And then up here. Okay, now. This line needs protecting. Thankfully, most of it looks like it's already in mostly the right place. Okay, get rid of those two. Also, that was a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Okay. I think this one is there. I don't think there were any other hard lines. No. Okay. This is the last of the side pieces. Okay. So now this one. I'm just nudging very, very carefully to move that line out of sight. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now, create. That should do the trick. Make it tight. Like so. Okay. And this is also pretty thin and dainty, so it's also going to go on the fast physics. So this is going to be HS 5 is X. And it's going to need at least 6 of those. Number 1. Okay. Number 2. Number 3. Okay. Slowly but certainly getting through this run. There we go. No. There we go. One, two, three. Okay, nearly there. Okay, lastly is going to be like this. Nope. Okay. Now, let's see if I can do this without breaking it this time. Copy. Paste. Okay. Okay, let's see. How does that behave? It does not behave. Because it doesn't scale all the parameters. As well. Unless I do... Yeah. It's faster to just... It's faster to just do it again. Undo. Undo. Nature is 5. is y create. Okay, never mind that then. There we go. Next. Okay, next. Now we would certainly get into the end of this long. Okay. Oh, so next. Here we go. And that is a hydrant. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take it. How is it already midnight UTC? It feels like we only just started. Oh, it's because I started an hour late, that's why. Now we need side 5 gravity, create, send all of these again, angle Z, Z, blah, blah. Yeah. We're going to start from up here. Actually, first we clear it. And just make it tight. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's the gravity. Now HS5, XY, create, collapse, angle X. Like that. Okay, and then angle Y. Okay, I'll make that. Let me just use that a little bit, just in case. Okay, so now grab that. Extended interpolation, ellipse, and 3. And test. So how does this behave? I've got about the exact same pacing, which is a little bit sucky. Aside from that, they look good. It's just that they've got literally the exact same pacing. That's a little bit weird looking, I think. I might make a duplicate set of parameters and move one set across at some point. But with that, I'm confident to say that the side hair at least works. Save! I will do so. I will do so. Thank you, Toaster. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And with that, I'm gonna grab those. And I'm gonna go select child objects. I'm gonna grab from here all the way up to here. I'm gonna go copy. Oh no, 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 no. First what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab those. Where's the other hair side? 2. Yes, that's all of those. Put those into a hair side. This is the starboard side, so create. Harrier, I still can't get used to is the Wolfie lady. Yeah, that's why it's not my model. Like, would it help if you see me over here? Hi, with the white outline. A little bit more prominent. Just tasting, right? Pilot mode. Ah, there's the Sentinel Island. I've been on screen the entire time, mate. I've literally been in the entire time. I know that the black is camouflage. I know the black is camouflage, but like... Wow, okay. Copy. Paste. The white outline kind of defeats the camouflage. Yes. The white outline is here to say, hey, I am here. We have to will our streamer just a little bit. And let's maybe. Not? Maybe not? Okay, now let's test. Josie, hi, I've been lurking here for a while. Apparently YouTube is down. I'm lucky to see the stream is still going. What? YouTube is down? Ayo? Every other video on YouTube is not working. Oh my word. That is wild. Also, it looks like I need to adjust my bitrate before the next stream. Huh. Okay. I said a little bit. I ain't trying to get up to subset in someone that can draw me in a maid outfit. Ayo. I've been hearing of YouTube outages in the recent hour. Oh, shucks. Okay. Thanks for the heads up. Sure. Okay. At least I can watch this. Now I go back to my lurking kill. Oh no! Please no AO. Hey, I'm not the one who brought that up, poster. I'm not the one that brought that up. Unless you commission me for it, I'm not gonna do it. Don't stress. Well, your YouTube side appears to be working for me. Yay! Yeah, I'm also seeing on my YouTube stream preview that it is still looking like it's mostly functional. So it's just complaining about bitrate, but aside from that, it's okay. Okay. The big open forehead is going to get covered with a bang soon, but it looks like for the most part this is working. I just need to take this back piece and just bring it a little bit closer to the center still. Because at the moment it's just too big of a gap. We're getting there! We're getting there! Slowly but certainly. We are defeating the baldness! Still, I'd be aware of your power. Noted and appreciated. But no, I hate ruffles too much to go around drawing people in maid dresses. I really I despise drawing ruffles so much. No, if I was going to try and do a punishment drawing, I would not choose a maid dress. Possibly a cryptid. I'm thinking squonk. That sounds like a punishment to draw someone as a squonk. Look it up if you don't know what a squonk is. I don't know how I came across a squonk in the first place. I think I was researching creatures for book. A squank? Replace the alpha in that word with an Oscar and then search that. Now that is a punishment drawing. I was researching creatures for writing things, okay? I was researching creatures for writing things and I came across it. How is that less painful to draw than a maid outfit? A bunch of droopy curtain folds is not the same as trying to make ruffles look aesthetically pleasing. It looks like a pig got squashed into an accordion. That is a fairly decent description, yes. That is a fairly decent description. Hence why it would be a punishment drawing. Because nobody wants to look like that. a maid outfit you can at least still use on maid day. I'm not using a maid outfit for my community. They bully me enough. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I get it. Monshiro, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Kind of emotionally tired right now, so I think I'll just lurk. Okay, you do that. That is totally fair. I hope that you get a nice good midweek break, and that sounds like you've had a day of it. Hope you're doing good. Yes, we have been productive, and it's slowly but certainly getting places over here. Also, did you actually drink your coffee while it was still hot? About half of it, and then the second half was a half an hour later, and it was cold. Sad. But it's okay. Let's see. It's behaving itself a bit better. That middle path is behaving itself a bit better now. Okay. Classic Harrier. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. She has such a nice color scheme. Thank you. Yeah, the original design reference did look really cool with the red and purple, so we just took it and just Harrierified it a little bit. But, okay, so what needs to happen here on this port side set is that we need to invert all of the gravity parameters here. You decided that the design should get a bit Harrierized? Yeah. The design we got was a concept sketch. It wasn't actually a reference sheet. And I got permission to take it and just tweak it a little bit. How do the ears work? Is the eye movement the switcher to the ears, or the head movement, or something else? Okay, so if you have a look at what's happening on my face at the same time as what's going on here, you'll see that whenever I have a wider or smilier mouth, the ears open up, right? So the ears are actually linked to the smile parameter in terms of how open and forward they are. That's linked to the smile parameter. But the height of each ear is linked to an eyebrow. And that's independent of each other. That's so cute, yeah. It gives you a lot of puppeteering control over the ears. So it's a fun way of handling it. It's inventive. I can't say that I'm the first one who's done this. Like, a lot of people actually have ear height reactive to eyebrow height in some way. I don't think I've seen something like that before, haven't you? Huh. Maybe I'm just following, like, 3 dozen riggers, so maybe that's more like why I've seen it a bunch. I've seen it a bunch, but I'm following so many Live2D riggers. Puppeteer? More like puppeteer. Oh, so puppeteer. Don't tell Cheeky she's gonna hit me with that joke. Maybe. Who knows? I can't say. I can't say. But yeah. So it looks like the gravity is now working better. Gravity is now working better. So I'm happy there. Now I also need to invert the x-axis. So we expand, 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 grab x, 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 and we're gonna go here, reflect, 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 reflect. Almost there. And on this side. The eyebrows thing I think I've seen before on Mabel, though it was connected to the eyes, and the eyebrows, the mouth. This is completely new. Okay. Yeah, because I just tried to think, okay, in doggy speak, basically, what sort of emotions do the ears respond to, in what way? What kind of things do they show? And usually, the forward point of the ear usually signifies attention. Which could technically also be the eye widen parameter as well. But when the ears get pinned back, usually that's when they're usually either angry or scared. So it made more sense to have that attached to the mouth for me than to something else. I didn't think I wrote it in this understandable. Alright, that is hydrate time. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Alright. So now, let's see. Okay, now that those two are flipped, now that looks a lot more organic. That looks a lot more organic now. And yet, on the verticals, it's linked, but on the horizontals. There we go. Air movement can aid in expressing emotions, yes. I've seen the eye and eyebrow thing before, but I think mostly of it as eye connection and not eyebrow. The mouth ear connection is new. Okay. Yeah. There are a lot of ways that you can handle the same things. Some people, I think, actually just put it on toggles. I think some people actually just put it on toggles. I'm not 100% sure. What the actual input linking is on some of this stuff that we see in showcases. Because they don't really show what parameters are used to control things. So if you want to try and replicate a methodology, you kind of have to implement a little bit of guesswork. But sometimes you can half logic your way out of things. And I think in the case here, that's kind of what I did. Okay, so the hair back still needs to have the repair work done that I did now with the side hair. It needs that repair work done. So we should now pretty soon be able to get into the actual bangs. Coolio. Okay. Collapse port hair side. Okay. This still needs to be put into deformers in its entirety. Okay. And this one is also going to go on the fast one. Because it is super thin. But okay. Let's collapse the hair back. I want to now see. Just going to put those two together so that I can think. Collapse the face folder. Collapse the hair side folder so that I can think. Now, let's check. That's the hair front shade. The hair front. So, hair front shade. Needs to come up here by face shade. That's where this one needs to live. Okay. So we have some symmetrical pieces and some asymmetrical pieces. So let's start with the asymmetry. So HF7 and HF. Okay, first thing what I'm going to do is this. Cancel. Okay, I do just only have those selected. Okay. Right, grab this. And start meshing this out. Nay. I desperately want to get a different piece of music. Ah. If I had all of the money, I would commission like 20 different tracks from different artists and put them into a looping playlist. And just collect background tracks that are bespoke. Trying to turn a hardcore metal song with repeating tunes on guitar into something slower with more melody is rough. Yeah. Some pieces with very little in the source material can be quite difficult to adapt, yes. It takes all of the creativity to kind of panel beat them into something that's not the same 4 bars over and over for all of the hours. Because the lyrics are so good? Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes the lyric for a piece is really, really strong, and then the melody doesn't quite carry. Which reminds me, when I'm a little bit further down the line with the commission grind and I can actually pause and think, we're gonna need to do the musical batsu. I'm still practicing songs and getting background tracks for the first karaoke. But the musical batsu, where we write an entire song in Audacity, that is coming. I owe you nothing. I've given everything and more. I stand for something. The blood on my hands, the broken bones. I live it. That's strong. That's strong. The rhythmical meter is interesting. It's unfair that it's in a metal song. Well, it does sound like the sort of lyric one would expect in a metal song. Let me just check. I want to make sure everything else is muted. Yes? Yes. What's the name of the song? I'm now curious. I'm not going to be able to play it on stream, so I've got all of my tabs muted. If I fall by 5-fingered death punch. Wow, what a name. Okay. Yeah. I'm just giving it a quick listen. The chorus at least has something going for it, yeah? You know, that's the thing with metal. It's actually got so much melodic stuff happening in it if it's done well. But the way that it's delivered hides so much of it. Like, I think that's the same. I have the same feeling with Sabaton as well. It's amazingly lyrical, amazingly melodious music, but sometimes you don't hear it because of the delivery. Like, that's what I'm saying. This chorus is so emotional and awesome. Yeah. Like, an acoustic arrangement of this would be amazing. Sabaton mentioned? Yeah. I am dabbling. I've got 2 potential set lists, and I have a Sabaton song on one of the set lists. I'm not gonna lie, for the karaoke. I'm not gonna be able to do the same sort of tone at all, but a more musical carry, well, yeah, a more melodious methodology I can handle. I showed Mama Toaster a Sabaton music video and she cried. Yeah, a couple of months ago I showed my Mama Bird as well. a couple of the Sabaton songs, and she actually said, no, can't listen to it all the time because it starts sounding the same. But she did definitely think it was really, really good. And of course, one cannot show a mother unit Sabaton and not go to the Great War album and play in Flanders Fields. You cannot. Because, yeah, it is probably one of the most important pieces of poetry out there. She saw the one for tail and back? Ah, Yep. But no, they tell some very important stories that must not be forgotten. And I appreciate that about the kind of music that they write. Yeah. About once in every 2 months, there are two things that I try to listen to regularly. The one is the entire Great War album, and the other is Rick Wakeman's Journey to the Center of the Earth. Those two things I try to listen to through fully at least once in 2 months. Once again, Harrier discussing Sabaton was not on my bingo card. Hey. I know I don't look like a Sabaton girly. Which is made a little bit doubly weird, considering that while working on things yesterday, I was also listening to, in an attempt to stay conscious, a short video on the different vocal styles or the different vocal types in opera. Yeah. Which then, for some obscure reason, led me into a video about how Blender is becoming industry standard, which led me into a video about the Audacity updates, At which point it was 3 in the morning and I decided, you know what? Maybe some sleep is in order. Yeah, my YouTube history is chaotic. Okay, so now we take this and those, and we put that into a front ribbon. Is X. Okay, let's make this 9 and 25. Create. Alright. Pull that down. And sides. Nice and tight. There we go. Okay. Now this is going to be a medium speed, I think. And let's go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's start with those. Okay. Okay, why is it with a face missing the mouth? I can see Cheeky's default expression being like that. You know, I can understand. I can understand that headcanon. I can understand that headcanon. sounds funny. Like... She's here! Yes, of course she's here. She's been lurking. I've never seen a toaster panic like this before. It's okay, toaster. Uh-oh, how much has she heard? Enough. Most of it. So, how to cook a toaster 101. Five-finger death punch is pretty good, by the way. I will make a note to investigate a little bit more. I'm always hesitant when it comes to rock and metal bands because sometimes they go a little bit sideways. In ways that I'm less than comfortable with. But that is why one investigates first. When you get recommendations, is investigate and then decide, is it something that I can back or not? But you got to do the investigation part. And sometimes only one or two pieces resonates, and that's fine. You don't have to like every song and every artist's repertoire. And that's just how it goes. If you do step into the flip, recommend good song, not too heavy in the sense of loud and angry. Since you said trying to turn a hardcore metal song into something slower, yes. Oh, toaster. Yeah, how to cook a toaster 101. Sorry, mate, you did that entirely to yourself. Assuming. Everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let us take a sip. Eat. Like that. I'm so red. I think let's go with one more. No? We'll put that on number 5 and then the tip will be on number 6. Okay, now like that, and like that. There we go. Okay. Now we come back in here. Grab that shade layer. And pull it down again. And we just test. Okay. So that's gonna work. Let me just offset it a little bit this way as well. Like that. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. There we go. I think save button is in order. Wait, reset. Oh, what is sad emote? Aw. Are you okay there, Cheeky? Thank you for the save reminder. Okay. So that's the front piece on the x-axis. Now it needs to go. I'm good, my little one just headbutted me. Aina! Aina? Are both of you okay? Ow. Heads up. Flick! Oof. I felt that. I felt that. I'm doing okay? Yeah, we're both good. Okay. Good, good, good. No? Okay. Now... Y is gonna start. Y has got to behave a little bit differently. Y has got to behave a little bit differently here. Okay. All right. Then we need to do this down as well, ish. I was just able to play the first 3 notes of Do I Want to Know on the guitar. Well done. Well done. Okay, getting there. Now let's see. Now, before I get any further, I want to check that this is not going to be an absolute disaster. So, check the vertical on that. And see how does this behave. Okay, so far so good. I can roll with that. I can roll with that. Okay, and last one over here. Okay. Check that. Okay, that works. Now put this in gravity. HF7 grav. Create. Angle Z. That's gonna be from approximately here. One. 2. 3. 4. 5. Okay. Now, parameter, motion mirroring. Okay, that behaved itself. Nice. Okay. Now, this goes in. HF7, XY. Create. Let's just hide the other hair front pieces so that I do not get lost and confused. Okay. There we go. Now, modeling parameter, motion mirroring. Okay. Let's see, how does that work? Pretty well. I can roll with that. Okay, angle Y. Pull it up. And compress. Okay. Now we check how that works together. First, let me just go to our shadows and hide everything that is not in use, because it's distracting. Okay. I might need to put that on the light layer, because it's behaving just a bit too slowly. Interesting. Okay. This is why. Move from medium to fast. Okay. Two. That's not what I wanted to do. Three. Four. Five. Six. Okay. Test physics settings. Okay. It's subtle, especially on the Y. The Y physics are especially subtle. But it's working. And we're finally starting to get unballed. But my error here is that I've not yet got my corners. And I've also not yet got my whatchamacallit, extended interpolation yet. So let's grab both of those. Extended interpolation, ellipse, 3. Okay. That's a bit better. Okay. Motion mirroring, cancel because I had the wrong parameter selected. Okay, now we check again. Okay. That is looking significantly better. That is looking significantly better. I will feel so much better about our progress once the forehead is closed. But that is going to need to be tomorrow's job with completing the bangs, because I can feel my eyeballs trying to explode inside my skull. And I think that means it's time for sleep. I've been in front of the computer for most of the hours of today. I think I stepped away for a total of 2 hours of this day have not been spent in front of the computer. I've been hard on the grind, so whew, my eyes definitely need the rest. So we did make really good progress. So the goal will be to finish the bangs tomorrow, and then if I stream on Sunday, then my target will be to repair the hair back physics, and then thereafter we'll look at the mouth rig. It's a webcam mouth rig, it's not a iPhone mouth rig or anything like that, so it should be quick and easy-ish to put together. It can't take me more than 2 sessions, I don't think. I'm in relatively recent practice with mouth interiors. That's gonna be the nightmare fuel. That's the nightmare fuel session, is the mouth interior. I'm warning you guys now already. Who needs creepy games when you can rig VTuber mouths, right? Right? Yeah, that's nightmare fuel. But yeah, that is gonna be what we're gonna be working on next week, is gonna be the mouth interior, and then I need to start pulling in body areas. Could try modeling my mouth. In Live2D, it would be hell. It would be really difficult. It would be. Yo! Especially if I wanted to do it to a level that I would be confident in. In 3D, it's not too bad. In 3D, it's not too bad. Wait, is she gonna have fangs? That is a question for Cheeky. I think I've pretty much given her my kind of teeth. Because... wait, it's just... Whoop. In the current art layers, she's got my kind of teeth, which is like... not really. Not really fangs. But yeah. And that's a last hydrate for today, but I think now I've got to call it a day because, yikes, my eyes hurt like crazy. If she wants fangs, she must let me know so that I can adjust the art layers. I should probably just show to confirm. That would be the good practice. But yeah. Thank you for the stream. No, thank you guys for joining me. Fangs would be cool. I didn't think of that, actually. Okay. Yeah. You must just let me know to what degree you would like your fangs to be. Oh, here's an idea. Here's an idea. Why don't we make the fangs on a toggle so that if you want to have them less distinct at any point in time, you can, and if you want to have them more distinct at any point in time, you can put them on a slider. So that you've got options for context. because that will not be difficult to put on. Fang toggle? That sounds perfect. Hey, awesome, awesome. We can do that. We can do that. Awesome, awesome. Let me just write that down. Messages. Cheeky. Active commissions here. Note to self, webcam tracking. Bang. Toggle. Okay. Note to maid, so I can't forget it. Yay. Lots of toggles. A fang toggle, that's a new one. Yeah. I can see that my graphics card is also busy complaining now. Why? Because I am now finally not cold anymore. Which means that my computer is currently busy dying because it's overheating too much. Which means it's time to switch off. So, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Rest well when you get to it. And I shall see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully a little bit earlier, so that we can get in the full session. And then we will be continuing with finishing the bangs, and we'll see how we go from there. Rest well, guys, and until next time, cheery bye. And I still haven't rebuilt my end screen. Another thing that I need to fix somewhere tomorrow. Night, guys.